Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our Governance and Priorities meeting for Tuesday, February the 4th. I would like to start with our land acknowledgement. In the spirit of respect, reciprocity, and truth, we honor and acknowledge the Mokitas and the traditional Seven Territory and oral practices of the Blackfoot Confederacy, Siksika, Kainai, Piikani, Legal, Nakota Nations, Chiniki, Bearspaw, Goodstoney, and Tsuut'ina Nation. We acknowledge that this territory is home to the Optisa Métis government and the Métis Nation with Alberta District 4. Finally, we acknowledge all nations, Indigenous and non, who live, work, and play on this land, and who honor and celebrate this territory. This sacred gathering place provides us with an opportunity to engage in and demonstrate leadership on reconciliation, and we are honored to have you join us on Treaty 7 territory. We were also sent in a request for a proclamation, which we will be getting to at 5.1. For looking for updates and approval of the agenda, are there any additions or changes to the agenda from administration? No. Just so people are aware, we are going to be moving some things around on the agenda, council and public, because we have some guests coming for our in-camera sessions. And so as a result of that, when we get to those, we will just be moving some things around, but we're not really sure the timing as we move through, so that will happen. With that, just looking to council if there's any additions or deletions from the agenda. Great. I don't think we're going to be amending the agenda yet, though, right? Because we're not sure, just timing-wise, right? So we'll just do it at that time. Yeah. Great. Can I have a councillor read the following motion, please? Deputy Mayor Randhawa.
Good morning, everyone. I move that the Governments and Priority Committee approved the February 5th, 2025 Governments and Priority Committee meeting agenda as presented.
Great, thank you. Comments, questions? Councillor Sandboe.
Thank you, Your Worship. Is today the 4th?
Mm-hmm. Sure is. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, I just think that's an easy change. Good. Yeah. Thank you. Thanks for catching that. Call for the vote. Yeah, thank you. Yes, with how fast time is flying by, I don't need to lose an entire day. I can tell you that. With that, we have a couple of items here for our public input session. First of all, there was a letter sent in about home business permit bylaw. Because it's part of our agenda package, I don't believe that we need to read it into the record or anything like that. However, council, are there any comments or questions that you may have with regards to the home business permit that we were provided with? Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor, and good morning, everyone. I'd just like to echo some comments. We are looking at many of these aspects in the Economic Development Committee. We have had discussions about it. I don't know if it's causing a barrier to entry, but we are keenly aware that we want to help small businesses and encourage as much home businesses and commercial activity as we can. So it is a topic we are discussing. We haven't really come to an agreement or anything on that, but it is something that we are looking at.
Great, thank you. Any other comments, questions with regards to this? I wanted to just comment. I wonder, and I would put this to Councillor Wawrzynowski as he sits on sits on the Chamber of Commerce. I wonder, Councillor Wawrzynowski, if this is something that the Chamber could take away, if you could bring back possibly to their next meeting and have a conversation with them, and maybe the Chamber could look at bringing back a proposal for council on things like home business license in general. Possibly, I know a number of years ago, the Chamber was speaking with the city about could there be some sort of partnership when it comes to business license and Chamber of Commerce membership. So maybe there's a discount for one or the other, or just a help of a cross promotion of what each does with regards to the city and the Chamber of Commerce. And so I was looking for Councillor Wawrzynowski for sort of springing us on you this morning, but I'm wondering if that's something that you would be interested in bringing back to the Chamber for a conversation at their board level.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Dean. Thank you, Councillor Grant. we can certainly bring this back to the chamber. The chamber meeting is actually this week. I may have to send a designate, so I'll likely be asking Councillor Grant to go in my place. However, I will say, while this is an important item in regards to home businesses, the chamber gets the least subscription from individually owned home businesses. So there's not that much visibility when it comes to home businesses, even though they do solicit home businesses or people who work from home who have a home-based business. But that's not to say that we can't look at this and other barriers to market when it comes to fees, whether it be small business, home business, or any business here in Chestermere.
I wonder then, Councillor Wawrzynowski, even if this could be a way to further to demonstrate a possible in for our home business community into the chamber, if there is some concern there, or if there's a way that perhaps this could be a way for the chamber to demonstrate advocacy. Obviously, I don't want to speak on them on their behalf or anything like that, but I just wonder if even that could help on the advocacy piece then for our home businesses, because we know that we have a large home business base here in Chestermere, and so I just wonder if that could be an advocacy piece as well.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Dean. I'm sure we can advocate for small businesses. One way the city could help is helping us share who those small businesses are, which I know the chamber has received that information in the past and yet to receive in recent years. So that's one way we can support new business and encourage them to be part of the chamber and any chamber events.
Great, thank you. So with that then, would an appropriate process for this, if we follow through on this idea, that looking to administration, that Councillor Wawrzynowski is just able, or designate, if it comes to this week, to bring it back to the chamber, and then it could come back possibly as a committee report, or Councillor Wawrzynowski or designate, either through the mayor's office or through CAO's office, could figure out which part, who within administration could possibly be connected with if an idea starts to develop here. Would that be a good process for that? Okay, great, thank you. Deputy Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. Actually, this is good. This is our council. This is Mandeep who sent the request, and we always listen at here as a council. And I just need to, through you to the administration, I just need to compare with another municipality, like what they charge for the home business as well, and what is our charges. If we can go and look for that one, and as some of the small business, also they said few weeks ago how they can apply. Some of them knew they wants to open and stuff. So if we can look for that process is also a bit easy for the home businesses. That's actually is also, or guide them through what exactly they have to do to get their license as well. So I'd be appreciate if you can help with them. Thank you.
Mr. Addy?
Yeah, good morning, Mayor and Council. So through the Mayor to Councillor Randhawa. Yes, we can help direct them. Anybody who's looking to get a business license or anything like that, we do have information on our website. And if they call the main desk, they can get connected to the right people who will walk them through that process. I know we got a lot of people doing that at this time of the year right now. So one of the other things I'm hoping to bring to Council at some point is just a general comparison for Council of how all of our fees stack up related to our comparator municipalities that we use internally here at the city of Chestermere. So this would be part of that, and that's something I hope to bring back to you in the spring, definitely before final budget time.
Great, thank you. Any other comments, questions with regards to the letter from council? Great, thank you. Turning to Ledge Services, do we have any other email requests and or in-person requests for public input today?
To the mayor and council, just individuals sitting in the audience to speak to council.
Have signed in for
Yes,
public
they have signed in.
input? Okay.
Yeah.
How?
Yeah, through the chair, just I guess we can just invite them to come up in whatever order they
Sure.
like to speak.
Is one person speaking on behalf of the group? Is that? Sure. Okay. Sure. Yes. Can I just get you then to come up to the mic and then just introduce yourself and there's a button right in front of the, yeah, there you go. Awesome. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr.
Good morning.
Dean and all the councillor. Thank you so much for that opportunity. My name is Mohammed Osman, and I'm the resident of Dawson Harbor Heights. And that's the agenda today is we bring up in front of you. So we are living in misery. I'm going to use the word is misery from the last, since we moved into our houses. So is our colleagues. And that was since the last year, as Mr. Dean, if you remember, when on the campaign you came, that was your word. I will make it right. I will make the team. And if the team come back to me and says, you know, it won't be possible, I'll send them back and says there is always a solution. And this is not right. Since that time, we are trying to, you know, make it work. How can city help us? And anyhow, none of us cannot open our blinds. We have a kids, we have a seniors, we have a families. We cannot open our blinds all day. And can you imagine in the home, if you cannot open your blind, how come you are living in that house? But we are trying to make it work. So might the city can, you know, help us to at least, you know, put something between the four complex building and between our houses. As you already know, some of you guys already came to our property and see the situation. So how how come the city even passed that? But anyhow, it's already been done. But moving further, how we can make it work? You know, at this moment, our house value is already, you know, into the dump. And definitely nobody will buy these houses. And if you can put in yourself into those houses, so then you will feel how we are feeling right now. And it's been on and on for almost 1 year now, 2 years almost. And if we knew already, any of us, even the builder can sell those houses, I don't think so. If you are putting you know, almost $600,000 to $700,000, and you know behind your back, those house complexes are coming, you won't even buy even a free property. No, you won't. We have a kids, even as a Muslims, our, you know, ladies cannot, even the kids cannot, you know, come into our backyard. None of us, even no one came to our backyard yet. I mean, we don't go to our backyard. Because there's a 400 eyes they are looking at us every single time. We cannot open up our blind. So we are urging to our city councils and members, and dear Shannon, Dean, to you as well. So please help us. Anyhow, somehow, please help us. And the solution is very simple. Not is going to be, you know, cost much of the city. What we are suggesting, it's already 6 feet fence. We are suggesting for the security reasons, so just build 6 foot more wooden fence. So that's kind of a sense of security. And that's not costly as we are in the pain. And then put some trees. So trees will, you know, it's kind of sense of we can open the blinds if we have the trees. So then the kids can, you know, so we have the right to have that sun comes to, you know, in our houses. But we don't have a sunlight even in our houses. So this is the serious trouble. This is a serious problem. I know you guys are appointed to solve this trouble, but we did not see yet. So please, I urge you one more time to please figure it out somehow, anyhow. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, City Council, Mayor Dean. My name is Shazib Osman. I am the son of Mohammed Osman. And I just wanted to highlight a few key facts. I wanted to use my sister for this example, but I know as I did, I spent most of my childhood outside playing. Most of you probably did as well. But my sister is 6 years old and she can't go outside and play. She can't jump on a trampoline in our backyard. She can't. She gets scared because of the apartment complex. She can't go outside. She can't just jump on her trampoline. I asked her why. I'm like, why don't you go outside? You know, why are you always inside on your iPad? And she'll, as much as she can say, she'll be like, I can't, I'm scared. And it's so sad because her childhood is getting destroyed because of this complex. It's bigger than just the home residence. It's big. It's a full thing that involves a community, a family. We moved to Dawson Harbor Heights in order to establish deep ties within the community. We made sure we were going to live here for a while, at least 10, 15 years. But now, like, we're uncomfortable. A person shouldn't be uncomfortable in their own home. And it's miserable. It's torment. And we're urging you guys to please fix this problem. I know you guys this wasn't your idea, this apartment complex, but we were all blindsided. And, we elected you guys in order to help us. So please, we're urging you once again in order to do something. As my dad said, the fence, the trees, like, it would help. Any little thing, it would help. We just want to be safe in our own homes and just feel secure. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Good morning, councillors. Yeah, I'm one of the Dawson Landing residents. I would like to share my experiences. To the point, privacy. Imagine Councillor Grant over there. Literally, that is the distance that he's watching me and my wife undress in the washroom. The window versus the balcony is that distance. That's an example. And for health, about 16 different air conditioner or some sort of machine that blowing into my window with unhealthy air, and my baby is coming. That to me, that's health. Security, 16 balcony outside of my windows, 16 family watching every activity in my house every day. So if we are away for one day or travel for a month, everybody knows. Anyone can just climb over the fence, 6 feet fence, and get into our house because they know exactly our pattern, our activity. 16 family watching every day. And then the house value. I listed the house for $730. No one wants to see the home. And we know how much the house worth in that community. So yeah, hopefully you can do something to help us. Thank you.
Sorry, real quickly before you go, can you just state your name into the mic just for the record?
Scott Tai.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Reddy. Okay, so, council, with that, this is on an agenda item that's coming up, and so my suggestion would be that we save conversation about this until we have presentation from administration, and then we can take all of this into account at that time. Given that, though, and given that we maybe, I'm just looking at, sorry, just give me one moment, just look at the, no, I think we should be okay for timing. Okay, so with that, council, my recommendation would be that we have the presentation from administration, which is coming up here in a couple of items, and then we can have that wholesome conversation about this at that time. Great, thank you. Thank you for those comments. With that, then, is there any other public input items from administration? Great, thank you. Should we accept for information? Thank you. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Schindler.
I move that the Governance and Priorities Committee accept the letter of concern regarding bylaw number 027-16 and the members of the public concern regarding their privacy and new construction of fourplexes for information.
Great, thank you. I'm just wondering on the motion, it's not necessarily a new construction?
It's not fourplexes.
It's not fourplexes?
No.
I think it would be appropriate just for the privacy. I think the privacy piece captures the majority of the concern
it's not
centered on
the
privacy piece, so I think it would be appropriate just at the privacy piece.
I'll restate this motion.
Thank you.
I move that the Governance and Priorities Committee accept the letter of concern regarding bylaws number 027-16 and the members of public concern regarding their privacy for information.
Great, thank you. Comments, questions? Call for the vote. That's carried. Thank you. We had a request come in for a awards and proclamations for Wear Canada Day, Wear Red Canada Day. Whew. Wear Red Canada Day. Easy for you to say, Deputy Mayor. Wear Red Canada Day. Heart disease is the #1 killer of women worldwide and the leading cause of premature death in women in Canada. Globally, cardiovascular disease affects 1 out of 3 women, yet women everywhere are understudied, underdiagnosed, undertreated, and underaware when it comes to their cardiovascular health. Wear Red Canada is celebrated annually across Canada on February 13th to raise awareness about women's cardiovascular health. Powered by the Canadian Women's Heart Health Centre, the Canadian Women's Heart Health Alliance is comprised of over 140 women's heart health professionals, patients, and scientists from across Canada. Their mission is to share evidence-based strategies that will transform clinical practice and enhance collaborative action concerning women's heart health in Canada. Each year, the CWHHA develops a national Wear Red Canada awareness campaign and the ultimate goal of improving the heart health of women in Canada of all ages. I speak to everyone as your elected mayor and advocate for improving heart outcomes for women in Chestermere and surrounding areas to join myself and the rest of council proclaiming February 13th as Wear Red Canada Day in the city of Chestermere. The proclamation being, whereas heart disease is the #1 killer of women worldwide and the leading cause of premature death for Canadian women, a fact unknown to many women and their health care providers, and whereas the Canadian Women's Heart Health Alliance is an organization of volunteer health professionals and patients working hard to improve women's heart health, and whereas Wear Red Canada Day is celebrated annually to raise awareness for all Canadians, but especially Canadian women, to be mindful, curious, and proactive in the management of their heart health and wellness, and whereas we want to see better prevention, diagnosis, and care, and fewer women dying prematurely from heart disease. Therefore, I, Shannon Dean, Mayor of the City of Chestermere, do hereby proclaim February 13, 2025, Wear Red Canada Day in Chestermere, Alberta, Canada. Thank you. And with that, though, there's no motion. Thank you. Can I have a councillor read the following motion, please? Deputy Mayor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the Governments and Priority Committee proclaim February 13, 2025 to be Wear Red Canada Day in Chestermere, Alberta, and sign at attached proclamation.
Great. Thank you. Comments, questions? Call for the vote. And that's carried. Thank you. We're now to reports for information. Item 6.1, which is the RFI Alberta Community Partnership Grant ACP update presented by Ms. Kathy Russell.
Good morning, Council. Please note that all of my comments will be made through the chair, through the CAO, to Your Worship and all members of Council. So this is a short update on the Alberta Community Partnerships Grant. The grant was originally approved in 2019, and it got sidelined because of the pandemic. And then after that, there were no recreation administration people in Chestermere, so again, it was on hold until the summer of 2014. So with the recent changes, the 3 municipalities got together and discussed the need and the level of interest to renew the grant and to resubmit, and that was done in the fall. One of the things that was discussed at the time was Rocky View County asked that 2025 be a time when we do the project chartering but not commence the project, and that it commence in 2026. And the reason being that they didn't feel that they had the staffing resources to support it for this particular fiscal year. So in Schedule A of the original grant, it outlines the items that need to be complied with, and that would be to coordinate and conduct an expanded recreation study that may include a current state and suitability analysis, a needs assessment and gap analysis, and a service delivery framework and cost-sharing models. So the benefits of doing the study for all of us would be the fact that we'd be able to inventory all of the recreation amenities, particularly the indoor, more expensive ones, and also better understand utilization. So that we know that there's a lot of crossover between residents from the county, from the city of Calgary and Chestermere in terms of who uses which facilities. So it would give us a better understanding of where, who is traveling to where. It would be also giving us a better understanding of the regional recreation needs versus just local, and more importantly, looking at shared municipal priorities going forward. We know that these facilities are very expensive to build and maintain and then replace, and so Calgary in particular is facing huge inventory of old infrastructure that was built in the early 1960s, and so that would be a good example of, not only the original capital cost and the ongoing operating cost, but also the renewal. So learning about best practices around regional collaboration would be another goal. And then I think the end goal, I think it's fair to say that having effective models for collaboration and how we can better improve our intermunicipal collaboration, especially regarding capital and operating funding models. So the next steps would be, we would need to confirm the resubmission with the province. I checked with the City of Calgary yesterday, and the application is in progress. In 2025, there would be a project chartering exercise where we would determine our shared priorities, look at resource allocations, and I guess those would be the main ones. Following that would be a project plan, an engagement plan, governance model, and procurement strategy, likely at the end of 2025 or early 2026. So the goal would be to do procurement, in 2026, probably Q1. So that concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions if council has any.
Great, thank you. Looking to council first, if Councillor Narayan.
Thank you. Good morning. Through worship to Mr. Russell. Apart from the $200,000, which is the grant funding from the province, is there any other monies that we will be putting into this, including staff time?
No, the main one would be the staff time. So the City of Calgary will be managing the oversight of the project, and there will be a working committee of which Chestermere would have to have representation on. In addition to the working committee, there would be kind of a leadership team that would provide the oversight.
Just a follow-up.
Yeah,
and if it goes, as planned, given the extension and all, when is the earliest, we'll be seeing these results?
I would say the end of the project is targeted for, I think, at the end of, mid to the end of 2028. So it's a fairly lengthy process at the moment.
Okay. I'll let others ask questions and I'll come back. Cheers.
Councillor Ryan, I would invite you on this line of question if you want to continue. How about her?
Thank you. And again, the biggest benefit I see here right now is because we've got the grant funding to go ahead with it. Because in the city we've been working, especially for the last few months, quite hard to get recreation going. I think we have most of the information that we need to move forward. I mean, of course, any more information down the road is great. I feel the value from this project would have some impact, minimal impact maybe, but I think by the time the project, comes back with the results, hopefully we'll have a recreation center and more. So again, I'm not against it. I just think, it's been punted really far down the field here. No pun intended. Cheers.
Councillor Schindler.
I'm also seeing, through the chair to administration, I'm also seeing a overlap with the joint area project 2. We are working on rec within Rocky View County, Calgary, and Chestermere in this area to figure out what we need and how we're going to go forward. So there are some synergies there, and I'm wondering if we're actually duplicating some of the points here. We're not going to get into as much depth as this study seems to allude to, or not allude to, indicate, but perhaps we can get that data a lot faster by being more active in JPA2.
I don't think that it would be duplicating the discussion. I think we would be supplementing the work that would be happening with that planning process. For example, the fitness facility that would be planned in Belvedere, that would be a potential example of land and a project that could potentially be expanded in the future. It's, I think it's like a 40-year out plan. So we're not really talking about short-term whatsoever. We're really looking at probably 10 to 30 years out in terms of any form of collaboration that would be fairly intensive.
Yes. So really interesting project. I look forward to seeing what's coming up. Thanks.
Councillor Wawrzynowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. In addition to Councillor Narayan's commentary in regards to the grant, recreation is certainly top of mind for all residents and this council. And I would ask, through our chair, there's 4 people in this room that sit on the mayor's task force for recreation. And we've done needs assessments, we've done a lot of things, and certainly council seems to rush to the opportunity to get grant funding for projects, but I also understand that there's a lot of information, and while I don't sit on the committee for recreation, I also believe that we quite well understand what the needs are of our residents when it comes to recreation. So while there's an opportunity here for funding from the government and working with our local municipalities such as Rocky View with the lead of the City of Calgary, I don't know if the cart's before the horse. I just wanted to get some comments maybe from you, Ms. Russell, and Councillor Grant as the chair of that committee.
Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. To Councillor Wawrzynowski's point in question, I do agree. I think this project, I'm sure it has merit. You never want to stop assessing and looking at the situation and making sure that you're involved in all the steps and processes that you need to be to not miss that opportunity, because we've missed many opportunities and is to the detriment of our community. Simultaneously, I do agree with Councillor Narayan where we do know, or sorry, maybe that was Councillor Wawrzynowski, where we do know what we want. Yeah, we, as a community, I think we are very aware of what we're lacking. And we are doing those exercises as we speak to determine exactly what is the highest priority there. And I do not see this as slowing us down. I see this as we're going to proceed with what we're doing, and this is going to add on top of it in the future. So I'm not speaking ill of this. I think it's good work. I just think, yes, it's very far in the future and really shouldn't hamper what we're doing today.
Councillor Sandboe.
Thank you, Your Worship. I suppose I'll chime in as well on that. I don't want us to think that this is about planning our current rec center. this is planning our third or our fourth rec center. And one thing that Chestermere has done poorly, in my personal opinion, is thinking about the future. So this is a project to do that in this particular instance, and it's being largely funded by another order of government. So I'm kind of wondering how strongly folks are feeling about this, but also what we think the risks about this truly are.
Thank you. Yeah, to that point, I think it's similar to the conversation we're having about schools, right? In that we have been working, administration has been working very hard on getting to us to a point where we're hoping to have some very good news about some of our schools in the very near future. But with that, if a new high school were to open in Chestermere in the next 3 to 5 years, it opens at capacity, and then we need another one right after that anyway. And so from to your point, Councillor Sandboe, I would suggest that I agree that we need to not work from a deficit model, so to speak, but to be doing that future planning piece, certainly. However, I also echo the sentiments of, I believe that we have said it publicly more than once, of we need to go. And so I certainly would agree. I think that there is a tipping point with this project of let's ensure that it's not hindering any of the things that we're doing now, while at the same time, perhaps this helps to set us up for success as to a future site that we're looking at. I had a couple comments, questions that I was wondering about that were within the documents that were prepared for council, and that would be, there's a sentence in here that says the 2014 City Masters Recreation Plan is out of date and a new plan is needed. The completion of a new recreation master plan in 2026 will align well with the launch of a regional recreational study. My question to administration is, who is working on the master recreation plan?
You want me to take that? So through the mayor to council, at this point, I don't believe anybody is. It's not in our 2025 budget at this point. So the hope is to have it in the 2026 budget. We know we're focused on our short-term Dawson's Landing site recreation center. This would be to get that larger plan, again, to Councillor Sandboe's comment of thinking 10, 15, 20 years down the road instead of 10, 15 months down the road. But nobody right now is working on that specific project.
So then, question about that. Council has created the task force for recreation. We know that there are some things that we're looking at within that task force as we have ongoing conversations and negotiations with Rocky View about some of our recreation, as we're looking at some of our other items that are administrative in nature, in terms of looking at the possibilities of joint use for a new recreation center with Rocky View Schools. And so I'm just wondering, and I would put this to the councillors that are on that committee, is part of this what could start to happen at the committee level with regards to a review of the 2014 recreation plan and coming back to administration with recommendations for a new master recreation plan? Because certainly a plan that at this point now is 11 years out of date. It certainly needs to be updated. And so I'm wondering through administration and to the councillors if this is something that that task force can start to tackle, because I would certainly suggest that we need to update that plan. Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree. I think what we're doing right now is going to be the basis of our master recreation plan moving forward. Obviously, that's going to give us a lot of amenities that we're going to start with to build on the foundation of what we need moving forward. So I do not think that we would start this work immediately, but I think once we have our visionary processes done for what our new project will be, this is something we should start tackling. And it is needed, and it will go hand in hand with the next steps of planning the regional recreational opportunities. So we need to take a more holistic look at recreation, not just in our boundaries, but around the surrounding municipalities, and make sure that we're not duplicating, that we're synergistic, and that synergy provides the value to all of our residents. So yes, we will. I think we should start this work, we probably need some assistance and guidance from administration. But it is something that I feel we should start tackling maybe around summertime, maybe fall.
Yeah, I see an advantage to that group being able to start to look at some of this work, because we were quite strategic as a council with regards to the placement of people that are sit on that committee. And that committee consists of a lot of people from our community that have a wide range of experience within our community and long-term history with recreation in our community. And they're already in a committee. So this would, to me, instead of having to look at another committee, another study, right, we've got all those humans already sitting in the right room, sitting there together, and they are motivated about recreation. My thoughts would be, what better group of humans could we possibly have to start to influence a rec plan than the people that are sitting on that committee right now? Councillor Narayan.
Thank you, through your worship. And yes, I think great suggestion indeed. And this is, I guess, a question for administration. Would we need to modify the scope of the TOR, or the current TOR will capture that?
So there are two subcommittees that are set up as the structure. I think looking at the rec master plan, my first thought would be that you would want the whole task force to be considering that particular, I guess, piece of work. So I don't know, I'd have to take a look at it, is the answer.
Deputy Mayor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to administration, to Kathy. Thank you for your presentation. It's always very good one. I really echo with all the councillor and including Mayor Dean as well. We need to move this forward, because we are here for not to just, what we are dealing at the moment, our school is overfull. High school, we know when is open, it will be a capacity. So we need to picture further down as well, up to 10, 20, 30 years for the infrastructure for our city. The situation right now we are in, we should not be in the future. So we already had ahead of a plan. So I'd be definitely support for that.
Great, thank you. Follow-up question I had to administration was, within the report, and Ms. Russell, you pointed this out, that part of this work would understand the utilization and current patterns of use, as well as demand for recreational facilities and amenities located in the area. So part of that, the part that jumps out to me, is understanding utilization and current patterns of use. I'm just wondering if there's anything that we're doing as a city right now to understand the utilization and current patterns of use at our current rec center. So as we know that we provide funding to our current rec center and things like that, coming from the not-for-profit world, I know what it's like to write the grant reports at the end of every year, where I had to report where all the people that served came from. I'm sure that other councillors on here who have also worked in the not-for-profit and grant world can attest to the part of that grant writing process where you are demonstrating where people come from. So I'm wondering if there's things that we are doing right now with our current rec facility on collecting that data, or if there are some improvements that we can do for the collection of that data to administration.
So the answer is no. Currently,
Sorry, there we go.
All right, thank you.
Sorry.
The answer is no. We are not currently engaged with the CRCA to find out what kind of data they can provide on utilization. It is an important task to complete. I think it's a part of the subcommittee's work of the CRRC in order to move forward any discussions down the road about changes in operations. So I would agree it should be a priority, but no, it hasn't been started.
Great, thank you. How do we, pardon my naivete on that, how do we do that? So how do we make it a priority to collect some of this data from the rec center? Do we need a motion? Because, sorry, first of all, council, I don't know if we're all on the same page in terms of the agreement of understanding the utilization of our rec center. I think that it's important, because I think as we look at some of our funding models, it is utilized by people from the city of Chestermere. But I also think that it is more utilized by Rocky View residents than maybe currently realized. And I think that understanding that for us as a municipality, as we have those conversations, would be very, very good. So I'm just wondering how we go about that. Perhaps as you're pondering that question, I would go to Councillor Sandboe's hand.
Thank you, Your Worship. If I could suggest that perhaps we could take that back to the subcommittee, because just thinking about what I know about the CRCA and their operations, I think there are some factors that would be a challenge for them to supply that data immediately, and there may be some ways for the city to support. But I think that would be a good task for the subcommittee in conversation with the CRCA.
Great, thank you. Well then, perhaps that answers the question from administration then. Mr. Edney's nodding. He looks very happy right now that Councillor Sandboe jumped in there.
Yeah.
Look at him. He is just grinning ear to ear right now.
Well, yes, thank you through the mayor to Councillor Sandboe. That was exactly what I was going to suggest. We're all aware we don't have a recreation department in the city, and it is operated by the CRCA. So I think it's a perfect task for the subcommittee to look at. If they need administrative support, we have Kathy, but we can also determine something else if we need more support on the city side. But Councillor Sandboe's suggestion is exactly what I would recommend.
Yeah, I think it's important because it is something that we do in other areas, right within our own municipality. So our own local level of government, we do that in other areas. It's clear to me that a part of this work, and would that also then be a requirement of the funding that the province would want to understand, like the project would need to demonstrate utilization? Because it just seems to me that all levels of government prioritize understanding the utilization of things that they fund. And so I think it would be great if we were able to do that within our recreation as well. Councillor Grant.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. Through yourself to administration and maybe to the rest of council, these are normal questions that all municipalities ask of their recreational amenities their providers of recreational amenities, for them to provide the demographics and statistics of the people that are using their facilities. I know Rocky View is interested in this. City of Calgary does this every day. So it is something that is important and critical to our move forward situation with recreation in Chestermere. So we need to figure out how to best support getting this information, gaining this information. I'm not quite sure the proper method yet, and maybe that's where administration can help in identifying what would be a viable method to do it, where we're not committing FOIP Act discretions or whatever they would be. So yes, I think we need to do that. We need to support that. And just as whatever we can do to try and get that information is valuable to all of us to move forward.
So Councillor Sandboe, I'm going to look to you for this. It sounds like we have some agreement up here with regards to that, going back to the subcommittee. I think to demonstrate support of council with this idea, is there a motion that you could think of that could be made within there that perhaps the Governance Priorities Committee requests of the subcommittee, requests of the Mayor's Task Force subcommittee to look at how to collect demographic information from the rec center? How'd I do? Can you make that sound smart?
Smarter than that, I don't know. Help me remember, is the Governance and Priorities Committee able to direct? Are we able to do that at this meeting?
We're able to, so what we're basically not able to do is make like big budgetary decisions or things like that, but we can send things back for information, right? So we've demonstrated that in the past where we send back and we request more information on an item. So we can send something to that committee that the Governance and Priorities Committee is looking for that. Correct, Mr. Edney? We can send that back?
Correct.
Yeah.
I could make a motion in that case directing the subcommittee to work with the CRCA to improve data capture and reporting methods.
How are we doing live services? I think what we're looking for in the spirit of this motion is collaboration, right? So the mayor's asked to collaborate with. Yes? Would that be fair?
I think that's a good point, Your Worship, because that data collection is not under our control.
Right.
So we do need to collaborate.
Yes.
Your Worship, if I could try this one.
Sure. Please.
I believe there's a piece missing at the end, but I'll give it a try. I move that the governance and
Sorry, do you want to make the motion right away, or do you want to wordsmith it first?
I think I can make it. I think they can capture the last little bit here, if that's all right with you. Yeah.
Absolutely.
I move that the Governance and Priorities Committee direct the Mayor's Task Force for Recreation Subcommittee to collaborate with the Chestmere Regional Community Association to improve data capture and reporting.
And report back to who? And report back to the GAP committee?
And report back to the subcommittee.
No, the subcommittee's doing the work, so they want to bring it back to us. So not to council, it should come back to GAP.
Sure.
Mr. Eddy?
Yeah, through the mayor, you can put that in there, but inherently all the committees need to come back to council. So you can put that in there for clarity, but that should be the work of any committee is to
So we
come
don't
back
need
to
it.
council. So
Okay,
don't
then never
necessarily
mind.
need it, but
I don't want to complicate it.
yeah.
Okay. Councilor, are we good with the wording?
Shall we specify what data?
Demographic, correct.
I think the data would be utilization, data capture, and reporting.
No. Utilization for data.
All right, let me try that again. And there's going to be a piece at the end that is deleted. So I will move that the Governance and Priorities Committee direct the Mayor's Task Force for Recreation Subcommittee to collaborate with the Chestmere Regional Community Association to improve utilization, data capture, and reporting.
Okay. Thank you, Council. Any comments on the wording, Councillor Wawrzynowski?
Thank you, Mayor Dean. You should all know me by now. When you bring something back, you should make it time-based. You know, if we're going to do this, we should bring it back to the GAP meeting by a certain time. So I would ask to add that clarification. And maybe a question to Councillor Sandboe, and maybe it's the nature of the motion that she's putting forward. It's a bit vague, but maybe it's intentionally meant to be vague, because we're asking the Mayor's Task Force to go back to the CRCA to bring back information. Is that the intention? Yeah. Otherwise, I would add some more specificity to the motion stated.
Thank you, Councillor Wawrzynowski. Yeah, to your point, I think what we're attempting to do is provide the subcommittee with some direction, and then I think with the three councillors that sit on that committee, I think, seeing as how the one councillor making said motion sits on that committee, I think that I think our colleagues will be able to do that within their work. To your point on the date, I'm just trying to quickly find a date. So, Councillor Sandboe, before we get to the date, go, Councillor Sandboe.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. Usually I love putting a date on something. In this case, I wouldn't accept that for this motion if we could go back, just because in this particular case, we would be putting a date on an organization that's outside of our authority. That wouldn't be my preference. The other thing is, and we can have a larger conversation about it if we like, but I'm going through my head the possibilities of doing this, and this is not an easy thing to accomplish. They would have to make some pretty significant policy and operational changes at that facility in order to get this data. So this is unlikely to be something that we can return right away. Likely we can work with them to get some amount of data that might be partial data in the near term, but complete data will take some time because they don't have a methodology currently of making sure that every person who comes in is recorded. So that's the major factor, right? So with that in mind, I would prefer not to put a date on this, but I think myself and the other councillors who are on this subcommittee, as well as our administration, understand how important this is, and we can report back on progress for sure.
Great, thank you. Yeah, my suggestion for a date would have been, say, June 17th. Like, I'm talking that, at least that far. But even still, I don't feel a certain kind of way either way on the date on this one, to be honest with you. So, Councillor Wawrzynowski.
Thank you. I thank you, Mayor Dean, and I completely respect the nature of the challenge of getting this information. What I would suggest, if we don't put a date, that during our committee updates on the regular basis, during our standing agenda items on recreation, that we would get updates frequently so that at some point we can set a date, because a goal without a date is really not much of a goal, I think, in my mind. It's an aspiration, but it may not be a goal.
Thank you. So then, Councillor Wawrzynowski, would you be comfortable with the motion stays this way with that comment then that it would be an expectation of council that as part of the rec committee updates that we get, that this would be a part of how this motion is going?
Yes, it would. Thank you.
Would that work then? Okay. I would look to the three members of that committee, because you'll be the one providing. Are you comfortable with that then? I see a thumbs up. I see a nodding. I see a nodding. And now I see a hand. Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. This isn't the first time we've had this discussion. Obviously, we've sat at CRCA meetings and had this discussion recently about capturing metrics, and it's not very straightforward all the time. I know it can be when it's under our control, but there are a lot of them being an outside organization. They also service organizations that are outside of our boundary. There are FOIP issues to worry about. It's very nuanced, actually. So I think where the city could really help is identifying the proper method for CRCA to aggregate this data. And that's where we can provide the most value to them and collaborate with them the best, I think. So that would be my suggestion. It's not really to do with the motion, but it's maybe that timeline piece that Councillor Wawrzynowski was talking about, that I agree, without a date, it's just a goal, but there's a lot there to unpack, and it's not as straightforward as we would hope.
No, that's fair. But I okay. So then, so it sounds like we're comfortable with the wording, so we haven't changed anything there. So we have a motion that's on the floor. Are there any further comments or questions with regards to the motion? Okay, with that, we'll call for the vote. Great, and that's carried. Thank you. And then I do believe we have one more motion to accept this information. Oh, there we go. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Deputy Mayor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the Governments and Priority Committee accept the Alberta Community Partnership Grant update for information.
Great, thank you. Comments, questions from council? Question that I have with regards to the motion is, and I apologize, I should have thought of this during the presentation to Ms. Russell. I would just wonder, when do we expect another update, or are we expecting any other kind of an update from Calgary? So you said you had talked to them yesterday. Are we expecting any further updates from them?
I was surprised that they had not heard, so probably within a month.
So then could we also make
will
it,
know.
this doesn't need to be a part of the motion, but just as a comment on the motion, could we also have that as part of a rec update that at our future CAP meetings, as we get some information
Absolutely.
because I know you're actively working on this file, that also come back as part of that recreation update. Great, thank you. Any other comments, questions with regards to the motion? Great, thank you. Call for the vote. Great, thank you.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you. Council, normally around this time we do take a break and we have our guests here. However, because we have our other guests that came and presented a public input, I am going to make a suggestion that we go on to the next item and then have that discussion because of our guests who are here and who did come and take time out of their morning to be able to attend council meeting, if that's acceptable with council. Okay. So then, well, sorry, I moved my agenda. So item 6.2, which is the report for information, the interface between densities, the Dawson example presented by Miss Liz Armitage.
All right. Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm not Miss Armitage, but I will take the lead on tackling this report. As you mentioned, our 10 o'clock guests aren't here yet, so I'll try to get through this as we're all pretty familiar with what this issue entails. I've also been to Mr. Mohammed's house and seen this firsthand and understand what's going on. I want to preface this with a little bit of this report is designed really just to present facts, not present any sort of feelings towards anything. We are in governance and priorities. There are a couple options at the end that I'll talk about. One of the options you can't actually make in governance priorities, but you can direct us to come back to a council meeting with something like that, similar to what our speakers were talking about. So as our speakers mentioned, this has been an issue sort of since I got here and since council got here. We all visited. We saw what this looks like. There's some pictures in the report up on the screen right now showing the issues that our speakers were talking about. We have a 4-story multifamily apartment complex right behind our single-family detached residence in Dawson Harbor Heights. One of the questions that came up, and I think came from council, that I just wanted to address in here, and I'm not going to try to politicize this or anything, but one of the questions is that came up was this implication that the city did something wrong and therefore was sort of liable to do something about it. That's what this report is to present, is from a legal and a technical standpoint, nothing was done wrong in this process. So for background, when this comes from the developer, the city of Chestermere doesn't design these communities, the developers do. We look at what they design, and as long as they meet statutory requirements, those decisions for what that outline plan are come to council to decide, hey, does that make sense? So when you look at the figure 21, if you can go to the next page there, ledge services, when the outline plan came to council back in 2018, this is what council at the time approved. So our residents that are in here speaking right now live in the R2 zone, backing onto the R4 zone. If you go into our land use bylaw and you look at what the R4 district is, the R4 district specifically states the purpose is for the development of multifamily housing in the form of 3 to 4-story apartment buildings in order to increase the variety of housing choices available in the community. So from day one, the outline plan before anything was constructed fully anticipated to have 3 or 4-story multifamily apartment buildings directly backing onto these single-family detached residents. Whether that's a good idea or not, I'm not going to comment on that. I think we've heard from the residents here that they don't feel that was a good idea. But one of the things to make clear is, and I understand this as I recently just purchased a home, it's sometimes hard to get all the information. And one of the things that I was hoping to highlight in this report, not for these particular individuals, I think there's something different that council may want to do with them, but in the future of, we've seen this a number of times. I've seen this in all the municipalities I've worked in, as people see a green space behind their house and they hope for the best. All of this information was there at the time that these houses were constructed, that behind them would be 4-story apartment buildings. Now, I understand as homeowners, you don't necessarily go in that, but I do think there's a fiduciary duty of realtors, builders, sellers, developers, somebody to articulate. I think when I had spoken with Mr. Mohammed back in the summer, the comment was we were aware there'd be multifamily behind us, but it was sort of suggested that it might be duplexes or something, townhomes, something lower elevation that wouldn't impact the visual problems that these residents are facing. So where I'm going with this report is, I think from a process perspective, everything was followed. Now the question becomes, in the future, should we be approving 4-story apartment complexes backing onto single-story dwellings? And I think that would be my suggestion when we look at our other options of something to tackle in our municipal development plan or something. I lived in South Shore when I first moved here. I use that as an example of we have 3-store apartment buildings, but then there's a separation, there's an alley, there was my garage, then there was my row house, then there was a duplex across the street. So I think that's an example of a community that found a way to transition between these different types of urban development into something that makes sense for the residents that live there. Again, I don't want to put feelings into this, but I can appreciate what our guest speakers are talking about in regards to their frustration with what they see out their backyard. So this was more just kind of some information to get council up to speed and get the public up to speed of how these processes work. What the logic was back in 2018, as the speakers mentioned, I don't know. We'd have to talk to council at the time. But I think it's, again, one of those things where as we work through these things internally, our processes need to try to capture some of this up front. And it's also important when these things do come to council, perhaps foreshadowing for some things that may come later this year, and especially during your term, of really paying attention to some of these nuances that come into these outline plans. Because once they become an outline plan approved by council, we're statutory obligated to go approve anything that meets the criteria. So when a builder came, said, I want to build a 4-story apartment building, we're obligated to allow that permit to go forward. So I think we've all hit on quite a bit of how we got to this point and what the challenge is. So I think I was looking at the end of the report for some options to consider that the governance and priorities could do. Going back to a question in the previous discussion by Councillor Sandboe of what the Governance and Priorities Committee can and can't do. I apologize for option number 3. I wrote that option in there before I truly understood the nuances of our procedural bylaw. So option number 1, as I just mentioned too, would be to direct administration to look at some kind of policies in our MDP update that help to reduce this type of interface challenge that we see in this particular area. Again, these are the developers that bring this forward. I think as part of our door-to-door and our communications that we're having with the developers, we also need to remind them that trying to put it nicely, they need to think about these things when they're putting them forward, of what it's really going to look like at the end of the day for their customers and our citizens on the other side of the fence, in this case, literally. The other one would be that Governance and Priorities Committee direct administration to go to the developer and the builder and ask them to tackle this problem, which I would suggest is the first course of business. If I was sitting up at the table, would be to ask somebody who led to this to help these residents come up with some sort of solution. The third one, if you wanted to go down that road, would be something to direct administration to return to a future council meeting, whether it's next week or the week after, to make a motion like this. Would be for us to actually go build the 12-foot fence, plant some trees as the residents have requested. Given that that's a budgetary impact item, it's not something Governance and Priorities can approve, but you could make a recommendation to council that council does that, and then it could come back to a council meeting for approval or not approval. So at this point, I've got Liz here to assist me to answer some of these questions, but that's the end of, I guess, my report on this. The question, I think, comes back. We've got the residents here of, I'll maybe leave it with council to decide what you'd like to do next with this one.
Great, thank you. My thoughts are that we should at least do the first 2 at minimum. Governance Priorities Committee, though, could ask you to come back with a quote, correct? Yeah, so we can't make the decision to do it, but we could ask what the quote would be to do that work.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Council, any comments, questions before proceeding to the motions, the possible motions that are available? Councillor Grant and then Councillor Schindler.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a background question on the area, and I just want to make sure that the land use was never amended for that R4 parcel, and it was always R4. I understand it was quite some time ago.
Yeah, our understanding is it was always in that land use.
Okay.
Maybe early on in the year, but this is from the 2018 approval.
Okay, thank you. And I kind of want to point out that, I feel this is largely more on the developer's end than the builder's end. The developer is the one that kind of designs the community. At the end of the day, the developers buy and or the builders buy and lots from the developer and building houses, right? So I think we should. I'm in favor. I shouldn't say this. I would prefer maybe item 2, and just with the focus on the developer coming good with some sort of option. They designed this. You know, they're the professionals in the field. They should be aware of what they are designing and how it's going to look at the end of the day. So I think our first stop should be a conversation with them, in my opinion.
Councillor Schindler.
Through you to administration, have we looked into other future plans coming up to see if this interface would happen again? I would like to hopefully nip it in the bud before we get to that this kind of point again.
Ms. Arbitage?
We have not completed a review of other areas at this point in time. I think it would be useful information to know how many of these exist in policy documents so that council can see the extent of that. I don't have that information, but that's something we could do.
So with that, then, could another motion that's coming, possibly come out of this to direct administration to go look at other policy documents? Maybe, Ms. Armitage, you can help me with the wording on this, like you did last week, and perhaps get that over to Ledge Services, but would that be a motion that could also come out of this? Okay. So, Ms. Armitage, can you help? Sorry. Mr. Edney, thank you. Sorry, I had Councillor Narayan, and then Deputy Mayor, and then Councillor Sandboe. Councillor Narayan.
Thank you, Worship. Since we were talking about the 12-foot fences, regardless of who's building it, whether it's the city or the developer or the builder, and in the same vein as since we're looking at policies, should we be maybe also looking at whether we need to change the bylaws on how high fences can be in the city? Thank you.
Yes, if we were to look to hire that fence, I do believe we would have to amend bylaws. There are a lot of reasons to consider if we're looking at amending fence heights. The higher they get, there are other risks that come along with that. And also, oftentimes, you also need different design elements, which makes it a lot more costly from a structure standpoint. But something that could be investigated should council direct administration to do.
Okay. Deputy Mayor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, this is actually to the administration. So because this thing is happened now, the situation is on us here sitting as a councillor. In the future, I need to prevent. I know developer and builder, they build the home and the residents move in, and then the next phase and next phase. But this is, I think, our responsibility as well for the future construction, not to build area like this, because it's hard for the residents and they're our residents, and we need to take care when this situation right now we are in, so it's in the future we can prevent this one. And for the funds, definitely I will go with the first the option with the developer to go for the fence, but for the safety issue as well, because our weather sometimes is harsh, and that perspective also I need to look for it for the safety perspective. And because they are the one who build this, so we need to talk with them first what they can get, if they can build higher fronts or the trees, or for something for the privacy, because this one is deficit their house value as well, as we listen the presentation. So that's the thing.
Councillor Sandboe.
Thank you, Your Worship. I was going to ask the question about the bylaw and the height of the fence as well. Just to add a little bit more information to that. I can have the feels about this because I'm experiencing a very similar situation in my backyard, where I look directly into my neighbor's house, and we're going to spend a huge amount of money this year to bring in mature trees to solve that problem. So I can understand how that impacts your life. But the issue that we ran into when my husband and I were looking into it is that we couldn't raise our fence. I think that could be something to look at. I also just want to echo some of the other statements, which I think this is a conversation that could be had with the builders and the developers as well, because they've expressed to us individually and as a group that they're a part of this community, they care about this community, they want to invest in this community, and this is a pretty important thing, having privacy and beauty in your home and being able to enjoy your space. That is a conversation we need to have.
Councillor Wawrzynowski.
I'll be quick. Thank you, Council, for covering this in great detail. I think we've got it under control. The only question I have through our chair to administration is further to, I'm not sure which councillor said it, but looking at the policies that exist in regards to development and the suggested motion about putting a buffering area between the MDP, I just would like to suggest that we do them in order, because we need to know what we have before we make any changes to the MDP, or we can make it a part of the same motion. Just a suggestion there to make sure that we get it all under control by the time we issue our MDP later this year.
Yeah, my thoughts on that are to review the policies, and then the MDP doesn't get approved until, well, the deadline's August. So I think it's something for us to keep in mind as we're looking at the MDP and reviewing the MDP, and that's just the work that we're literally doing right now, I think. Okay, so with that, okay. So I see about 4, possibly 5 motions that are going to be coming. So I would like to suggest that we do the first 2 that are in our package first. So can I have the first motion on the screen, please? Sorry. Sorry,
yep.
CAO, Mr. Reddy.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just think with the second motion, given the discussion that we've had here, we should look at revising that. The way it is to purchase and plant trees. I think it's much more comprehensive.
Yeah, sorry. So can we get to the first one
once we get to it? Yeah.
Yes? Yeah, okay. Okay, so the first... Oh, sorry. Yes? Okay. Councillor Wawrzynowski?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. The only comment I had was the previous comment. Should we instead direct administration to look at where we're at before we direct them to review the MDP? Or is it quite implied? I have no problem making this motion, but before we look at the MDP, we should look at where those existing communities exist, as Ms. Armitage suggested.
I think that this motion is going to speak to the work that we're already doing, and I don't think that the motions, because they're made in a certain order, are done necessarily in that order.
Okay.
So if you're comfortable, Councillor Wawrzynowski, if you can make the following motion, please.
Motion, the Governance and Priorities Committee direct administration to draft policies regarding buffering between residential densities in the Municipal Development Plan update that is currently underway.
Okay, I see some nodding from administration. I see 2 thumbs up. There was nodding and then 2 thumbs up from administration over there, so that's good. Comments, questions, Councillor Sandboe.
Thank you, Your Worship. I like this wording, but I'm also curious about this wording, if this is a question that I could ask through you to administration, because this is specifically about different zoning areas. But there are also scenarios, like my personal scenario, where you've got the same zone, but there's just not enough space to have any kind of privacy. And in some cases, the lots go down like this, so it creates an extra scenario. I'm wondering if there's some other wording that captures all of these situations, other than just buffering between residential densities.
So I don't know if residential densities is specific to zoning, because I think it actually speaks to what you're talking about, right? Because we're talking about So we have two different opinions. So to administration, which does it speak to the zoning, or does it also speak to the concern that Councillor Sandboe is asking about? Ms. Armitage.
The language in this motion enables us to look at it from the perspective that the MDP is, which is 30,000 feet in the air. That follows through to zoning, because when you get to the zoning level and the development permit, it has to meet what is in the MDP as well. So I don't know exactly what the clauses will look like. I actually know this is something that I've brought up with the team previously for the MDP. And so it will talk about that holistic side of it, but it'll also be quite specific. There will be different, it's going to be more than one policy, I guess is what I'm trying to say. That it is an avoidance of the situation in the first place. If there's a reason that situation exists, the policies that have to be followed in order to make that be a less intrusive feeling that people will have. So I think to me, this gives us that direction that is an all-encompassing motion that allows us to go and do that work.
Well, and then on that note, I think too, council can then just keep a keen eye on those policies as they come forward. And if we're feeling that something's missing within that, then we could speak to that as those policies come forward. Would that satisfy that question, Councillor Sandboe? Okay. You're good, Mr. Edney? Okay. Any other comments, questions for this particular motion? Okay, call for the vote. And that's carried. Thank you. Can we have the second motion on the screen, and then I'll turn to Mr. Edney, as I believe he has some suggestions, or was curious about this one. Mr. Edney?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Just thinking about this one of direct administration to work with the developer and builder to come up with solutions to limit the visual impact for the homeowners. And I think maybe they might have some ideas that are different than simply building a 12-foot fence. We've kind of touched on that. That's going to open up a large can of worms. To Councillor Sandboe, I just bought a house in the city, and you're right. Almost every neighborhood is designed with no alleys. And you look onto your neighbor's decks and stuff. So it's something that if we apply it in this situation, I could see requests coming in a lot of other areas. So it's going to have to be well thought out of how we tailor any changes to a fence height permission bylaw. So I think this would be a first start and see if that is the solution. And if it is, then we work on the next step of whether it's the fence height requirements or there's some other way to address this issue for these residents. And I would say visual impact for the homeowners on Dawson Harbor Heights. That's the road you live on, right? Dawson Harbor Heights, yeah. So it's not a general for the whole city. Harbor Heights.
And it's minimize. Although I am going to go look up the meaning of minazine. I'm very curious about that word now.
It's a verb, maybe it's a noun, it's probably not.
Am I the only one curious about that? I'm very curious about that word now. Right? That's why I'm curious about it. I am wondering if the word privacy should be in here anywhere.
Visual impact and privacy for the homeowner.
Yeah. Because, I mean, that's the issue, right? And so then I think by putting that in there, we're being a little more specific as to what the actual issue is. Okay. Councillor Wawrzynowski?
Anybody predict what I'm going to say?
You want a timeline?
Yes, please.
I would say...
I would suggest that whoever's going to present this motion, that we bring it back to the GAP meeting at a specific time.
I would say, just given timelines, I would suggest the April 1st Governance and Priorities meeting. Because we have March 4th, right?
That's too soon with times to actually do the reports.
That's what I'm saying, yeah. I think March 4th is too soon, given our own Given the number of things that are going on within our community, does April 1st work? Okay.
And while we're typing that up through our chair, a mini zine is a mini magazine.
Thank you, Councillor Wawrzynowski. So it's not to, so it would be to the Governance and Priorities Committee meeting on. Oh, just leave it that way? Okay. I was going to take out the word to a future. Okay, yeah. Well, because there's only one in between. Okay. Deputy Mayor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the Governments and Priority Committee direct administration to work with the developer and builder for the apartments to bring back solution to minimize the visual impact and privacy for the homeowner on Dawson Harbor Heights to a future Governments and Priority Committee meeting by April 1st, 2025.
Great, thank you. Comments, questions from council? Councillor Schindler?
I know that our residents of that street are keen to have this problem solved rather quickly. I'm not sure that we can, and I wanted to just say we're working on it, working at our the speed that we can, just to be patient. And if I have some low tech solutions that might be able to help you, if I'll chat with you after. In the meantime, thank you.
Great, thank you. Any other comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried. Great, thank you. Ms. Armitage, were you able to get that wording over for the motion? Okay. Can we have that motion on this? Great, thank you. Can I have a Councillor Narayan?
Yes, thank you. I move the Governance and Priorities Committee direct administration to review approved all approved area structure plans and outline plans to determine interface conditions between R4 and R1/R2 densities.
Comments, questions from council?
Yeah.
And then it shouldn't say densities at the end once you read it out loud, just like last meeting. It should say land use designations.
Designations. Sunny destinations.
Thank you. We just need to take out the N. Councillor Ryan, can I get you to restate the motion, please?
Yeah, certainly. So move the Governance and Priorities Committee direct administration to review all approved area structure plans and outline plans to determine interface conditions between R4 and R1/R2 land use designations.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. Great, thank you. To our CAO, I know that administration has working on some policies with regards to fencing right now. Would that be a part of that work that with the motion was what was being talked about with regards to fence heights? Could that also come as part of that policy work that you're already doing, or would you need a motion with regards to that right now?
Yeah, so through the chair to council, no, that's a separate issue. The fence policy I'm working on is repair and maintenance of fences. So this would be a different bylaw, I guess.
Okay.
In our land use bylaw.
And is this then located within the land use bylaw? So we'd have to open up the land use, which we're doing anyway. We're opening up the land use bylaw at some point here in the next little while. No? I thought I saw that.
The land use bylaw is a document that is very frequently amended.
Okay.
It is a very common item. So I think at this point, I wouldn't recommend that we go to doing that yet. We do a review of it and we come back with some information. I can tell you right now on this one that pretty much every municipality across the province has very similar height regulations to us. I will be very unlikely to find anyone that has increased them to what we're talking about here. But we can do a little bit of homework and come back with a formal response.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Reddy?
Yeah, through the chair to council, I was going to suggest to add on to Ms. Armitage's comments that this might be a byproduct of the discussion of the last two motions ago of figuring out what the solution is. Fence height is one of them. I can't think of another one off the top of my head, but I'm sure there might be others. But perhaps just saying, trying to think of what the motion is that basically reminds us that if that is the solution to bring this back. Because otherwise, I don't think you want to bring this back holistically across the entire community. So,
no. So I am wondering with the rewording of the second motion, if the other two motions that came out as part of our conversation are already covered, right? Because you're going to be looking at solutions. Those are coming back anyway. Some of those solutions could include cost because who knows what those solutions are going to be. So my suggestion at this point would be we allow that process to play itself out. That's coming back to us in April. We can make a note of these things within our own internal documents. As we know, we have an internal document that we utilize for upcoming council meetings. So we could have these things mentioned there as something that could come back and not possibly not have any further motions on this matter at this time. CAO, Mr. Reddy?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through council. I think as part of that exercise of what are the options, if increasing the fence height is one of those, we'll come back with how do we do that.
Right.
I hope we'll be proactive and not wait to go, hey, here's what we need to do. We'll come back with here's what we need to do and how we're going to be able to do it.
Okay, so then if I can, Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. I would just like to bring up the fact that I don't think we should be looking at all the height limits for the fences. It should definitely be between the different land use. Maybe the situation should be where you have different land uses adjoined is the situation we should be looking at. I want to be really careful that we're not going to allow 8-foot, 10-foot fences in our R1 communities. Like it'll look like a prison. Like we can't have that. So as much as in an R1 backing onto another neighbor is not always the best. It's usually one other family and you get to know them and it's not such a big deal. But in a different situation where you're backing onto multiple people, multiple areas, multiple families, I do see an issue. So I don't mind the idea, but I think we need to be very specific on where this would apply.
Okay, so if I can capture what has happened in the last number of minutes, here's what I believe has come out of, and I believe the next motion that we're going to be doing is to accept for information what just happened. I believe that that's the next motion that's going to come, but I'm going to try and sum up what just happened over the last 20 minutes or so and go from there. So what we have surmised after hearing the concerns from our residents, again, thank you for bringing those, and we know that you've been bringing those in a number of different ways, and thank you for taking the time this morning to come. So based on that, based on the presentation from administration, what we have done is we are going to be looking at the creation of policies to find ways to ensure that something like this doesn't happen again, and how do we address this issue moving forward. Number two, that administration is going to be working with the developer and the builders to find some solutions, and that is going to be coming back to us by the April 1st date, and that we are going to be doing a review of other policies to see if there are some other uh-oh areas that we may need to address. So those are the big things that are coming out of today's council meeting, today's GAP meeting. And then with that, then we'd be accepting this for information. Have I captured kind of what has happened? I got a thumbs up. Council, are we comfortable with that? Is there any other motions that council would be looking for other than the information? Deputy Mayor Randhawa.
I have just a question in mind, just for the clarity. So in case builder or developer won't agree, so then by April 1st, thus what is the city next
What I would
step?
say is let's let that process play out, because I don't want to, we should let that process play out.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you. With that then, can I have a councillor make the following motion, please, to accept for information? Councillor Schindler.
I move that the Governance and Priorities Committee accept the interface between land uses report for information.
Comments, questions? Call for the vote. Great, thank you, and that's carried. And with that, we'll take a break and come back at 10:45. And just so the public is aware, we will then be moving our agenda around to move into an in-camera item. So we'll take a break at this time. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. We're just coming back from our break here, and I believe we're going to be making a motion to move item 8.1 before item 6.3. So can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Deputy Mayor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the Governments and Priority Committee move agenda item 8.1 to before agenda item 6.3.
Comments, questions? Call for the vote. That's carried. Thank you. Can I have a motion to move into closed session, please? Councillor Sandboe.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the Governance and Priorities Committee move into closed session at 10:47 a.m. to discuss the following: CIBC Wood Gundy, FOIP Section 16, disclosure harmful to business interests of a third party.
Thank you. Call for the vote. And that's carried. Thank you. Great, thank you. We're just coming out of our closed session. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Deputy Mayor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the Governments and Priority Committee comes out of closed session at 11:41 a.m.
Great, thank you. Call for the vote. And that's carried. Thank you. We'll take a short break and come back at 11:45 to allow people to come back to the meeting. Thank you. Good morning again, everyone. Now moving to item 6.3, which is our report for information, our Patterson digital freestanding sign for the second location, and this is being presented by Liz Armitage.
I need 30 seconds to open it.
All right.
Okay, 33 seconds. I went to the wrong meeting.
All I want is a proper cup of coffee meeting, proper coffee pot. If I can't get a proper cup of coffee and a proper coffee pot, I'll keep.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. I am now ready to present this report.
Great. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Thank you. No. Do we have to accept the in-camera for information? Yeah. Okay. Can we have that motion on the screen, please? Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Sandboe.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the Governance and Priorities Committee accept the discussion on CIBC Wood Gundy for information.
Thank you. Comments, questions? Call for the vote. That's carried. Thank you. Yeah, Ms. Armitage.
Thank you. I am here today to present this report on behalf of the Manager of Development and Building Services, Shannon Vicencio, as we accommodated her request for a vacation to the Philippines. So she's not here. I will do my very best to answer all of the questions. I will just notify now that if there's anything I can't, that we will have to wait until she's back. And I do also want to start the presentation with a note that we have discovered that there is a cutoff of some language in one of the charts. Try as hard as we've tried. We think that the original chart must be on her desktop files and we cannot find it. So that is a piece of information we will have to come back with. Today we're here to present two recommendations to council for, the first is to accept the options presented for the second location. And then the second motion that we are looking for at the end of this presentation is to direct administration to pursue research into any public notifications required to determine the feasibility of either Site 2 or Site 3 as the second sign location. In this report, there's a bunch of history that goes back to January 2020 when the process for having these digital signs was initially started. I'm not going to go through all of that history in detail on the assumption that people are able to read that. And instead, I'm going to focus on where we are today. And essentially, the lease agreement between the city and Patterson Outdoor Advertising was signed in 2020 and is effective August 1st. One of the two signs have been erected and is operational. The sign is in Site 1, identified in the northeast corner of Chestermere Boulevard and Rainbow Road. This sign has been there since 2020. I think everyone is very familiar with it. You see it when you're coming into town. The second sign was assigned to be located at the southwest corner of Chestermere Boulevard and East Chestermere Drive. Prior to the second sign being installed, an adjacent affected property owner has raised concerns, and this resulted in an investigation of city-owned properties that may be suitable options for a second location. A meeting was held with Patterson Outdoor Advertising and City Department Services, Communications and Events team. That happened in 2024 to revive this discussion and determine where would be a more appropriate location for the second sign. Unanimously, there were 3 sites identified that would be practical and ideal from a marketing and visibility perspective. Site 2, they're numbered Site 2, 3, and 4, as Site 1, I believe, is a sign that we already have. No. Sorry, Site 1 is the one that was considered not deemed feasible. So, Site 2 is the south side of John Peak Park. Site 3 is the north side of Anniversary Park. And Site 4 is the green space by the entrance of the Cove subdivision. You'll see an analysis of the locations that were sent to all the city departments to comment, and we do have a review of those comments in the report. And based on the comments that were received, Site 2, so the south of John Peak Park, and Site 3, the north side of Anniversary Park, were preferred locations by most of the city groups in terms of visibility, reach, and maximizing its functionality. Both locations almost garnered the same rating, subject to the assessment and review of underground and shallow infrastructure that may be impacted by the development. So, where we're at is that in identifying identifying a second location will generate available spots and additional revenue for high quality advertising with exposure for city announcements and communications and businesses. The city receives an annual guarantee for leasing the land, and currently the leasee pays monthly by a direct deposit. And the city will receive discounted advertising space on billboards within the city of Calgary that are Pattison billboards, not just any one, to be clear. And this will also, we should see a reduction in our staff capacity for issuing sign permits as businesses choose to use existing signage like that rather than new ones. So there are risks in that the city is limiting the communication reach and benefits that may be brought about by advertising from the second sign location. And ultimately, when we look at these locations, we know that wherever we put these signs, we are going to get public feedback and input, and that's what we need moving forward. So what we are looking at is wanting to do additional research on the two preferred, and then also look at doing public notifications as well, and determining what the community thinks of these locations. Any questions?
Great, thank you. Sorry, Councillor Sandboe.
Thank you, Your Worship. And through you, I'll start with a few questions, but I think I have many. Through you to administration, the city will receive discounted advertising space on billboards in the city of Calgary. Will there be discounted advertising on the two billboards that would then be in Chestermere? Will the city of Chestermere receive discounts on the billboards that are in Chestermere?
I'll take a stab at this. My understanding is with this agreement, we actually have a right to some advertising space on those billboards that we haven't been using. I'd have to defer to Ty. He's looking into this because that was my request of, if we're entitled, let's start using those spaces. So I'd have to report back on where he's at in his investigation of getting us some signs. But that was my understanding, is if it cycles through 10 advertisements or whatever it does, we get one of them.
Yeah, my understanding was that we have access to advertise, say, for city events, and there is no charge for those. This would be if we wanted to advertise something about the city of Chestermere inside the city of Calgary on Pattison signs. That's where the discount would come.
I just got a Teams message from Ty that we have the space being utilized currently. So maybe I just haven't seen it. Sounds like we do have some sort of advertisement up on that board.
And I expect that we would get advertising space on the new sign when it is installed as well.
Councillor Sandboe?
Thank you, Your Worship. Okay, that makes sense. That cost analysis is interesting to know. If that is cheaper than the city-owned portable signs, that's an interesting detail. I also see on here the internal staff capacity will be increased by not having to issue sign permits. Sorry if I missed it, but permits to whom?
Pretty much any time big signs go up, we have to do permits, right? Like a garage sale sign is different, or an election sign, but we have permits that are coming in all the time. So when we have the digital signs, we see less, typically we see less requests for different signage, because companies can put up changeable ads on those signs versus wanting to erect their own standalone sign somewhere. So I'm not sure if I'm articulating that well, but we expect that with an additional digital sign, we will see a corresponding decrease in those businesses using that sign, trying to erect new advertising signs.
Okay, that makes sense. I'll ask one more question for now, and that's around who is advertising on these signs. For the existing one, I have seen Chestermere businesses advertising. I'm not sure that we have enough businesses to fill up 2 signs. So would we likely be getting advertising from Calgary and promoting Calgary and area businesses to Chestermere residents?
I'm hoping Ty can talk about the current ones, but what I can say is it took us months. It took us months to get a space on our sign that's currently there because we had never utilized it. So they had contracts for the space that if we're not utilizing it, they're going to utilize it with someone else. So there is a demand for it, but I think Ty can talk to what's up there now because I just notice it as I drive past, so I don't know them as well.
Yes. So right now, I believe they have it's operated by Pattison, as we've alluded to. So ultimately, it is up to their discretion what advertisers they're able to accept up there. I've seen a mix of Chestermere local businesses and Calgary businesses as well. So there's been specific like realtors and I don't know if I've seen I think I've seen the Dockside as well on it, and I've seen some other Calgary businesses in passing. I think it was his transportation company I had seen up there, but also to Liz's point, we were provided space on that board back in January. We've been using it since about then, and before that time we had been provided what they called BRTs, which were almost trans pedestrian kind of signs, since that space had sold out on that board. So they had given us some BRTs that we were utilizing until then, but January arrived, and so now we've been able to use that sign regularly. I think it's a between 8 to 12 second spot that rotates, I think it's every 45 seconds or every minute. So it depends on how much advertising they have there, but essentially, I think Kent had alluded to it, the city is given space on that sign every rotation. So the city will always have something up there.
Deputy Mayor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to administration and the Liz. For that, we have to choose which area is more, we were thinking, right? So from this chart, from my perspective, because that sign is visible there, is very visible when we drive. So we need the sign somewhere it's really visibility, and because then obviously people will, or for as a city perspective, we can post the advertisement or anything is going on a city. Anniversary, I like John Peak Park and Anniversary Park, both areas. My first is Anniversary Park because that is from the height perspective. It's a bit high and is more visible to the traffic for that side. And then second might be the Anniversary Park. I'm not sure about the Cove area yet. The reason is because once we just enter right away, there's light and we want to enter into the city. So that's the reason. So those two, from my own perspective, I think is a good one. As long as city is taking benefit out of those signage. Yes.
Councillor Narayan.
Thank you, through your worship. I had a question with respect to the bylaws. From what I understand, and maybe somebody can correct me, is we do have a bylaw in the city restricting illuminated signs for businesses. I'm just wondering how that affects putting, assuming obviously this will be illuminated, signage, south side of John Peak, and if we may have to maybe revisit that bylaw. Because I understand there is a bylaw on illuminated signs.
I don't know enough about that bylaw to answer that question today, but I would be happy to come back with that information. I think it is a very valid, important question.
Yes, thank you.
Councillor Schindler.
Yes, through you to administration. So I think you sort of alluded to how much, or this one question I had about utilization of the current sign. We started using it in January, if that's correct. And so we have a standing plan to continue to use that space going forward, I assume. The second question I had was in relation to the bridge construction and how it affects these sites going forward. We have design criteria for bridge, and we maybe don't want to have to move it coming forward. So that's, if you can start there, and then I might have a follow-up.
Ms. Hammerfish?
I think that is a very good point, and I think that when the report talks about looking at the utility infrastructure that is in the ground and making sure that the right-of-ways are there, that's a piece of what we would need to do. That would be the next step of research, is looking at what's in the ground to make sure where exactly it can go, but also looking at where it would go in terms of the development plans for the areas.
Yeah, and if I would add, we just came with a potential presentation for a new bridge there too, so we'd have to take that into account.
That's what I was referring to. Yeah. I guess my follow-up to that would be debate on the sites. Should we put a motion up, and then I can bring that up, or?
Well, I have questions about that
After the
because I don't think council is deciding on these sites today. That is not what's happening. This is a presentation for information as to where this is sitting at the current moment. Administration, as part of their presentation, said that they are going to be going out now for public consultation for feedback from public. So that is not the debate today. This is simply for our information.
I just had a thought about a site that I may have been overlooked.
Yeah, so I think you could suggest that.
Okay.
That administration could then go back and look at that. So where would the site be that you were
the site I'm thinking about and taking in psychology into consideration is currently where our monument time capsule is sitting, where that large construction on the east side of the bridge facing towards the highway as opposed to facing inwards. The site 4, I believe, or is it 3, where it's right by the cove, would be close to those residents' houses, and I'm concerned about the light affecting them. They are already subject to the large highway lights and noise, and I just don't want to upset their lives going forward. But also, I'm thinking the psychology of people coming in after work are more likely to read the signs, or the people coming in from Kinnenberg towards the city center are more apt to read the sign while waiting at the light to come through than perhaps in the morning facing the city as they're leaving. People are more sleepy and less alert to what's going on in the city, and maybe won't have a chance to write it down. So I'm thinking as people come into the city, we should have those signs angled that way, in my opinion.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Council, any other comments with regards to this report? Councillor Sandboe.
Thank you, Your Worship. I understand that we already have a contract in place with this. I have some qualms about putting in another advertising opportunity that I think our local businesses will be priced out of. I've actually worked with Pattison quite extensively with large budgets. I know their pricing quite well. And a majority of Chestermere businesses probably won't be able to afford this kind of advertising. So I'm wondering if there's an opportunity to engage with the Chamber of Commerce or some local businesses in some capacity to get a perspective on that. I could be wrong, but I would not like a situation where we end up advertising products and services from Calgary when we have similar ones in Chestermere. That could be really detrimental to our very local economy.
Councillor Grant?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I largely agree with Councillor Sandboe's line of thought there, where we should be prioritizing the City of Chestermere advertising, City of Chestermere businesses advertising, and even possibly not-for-profit advertising. And I'm concerned, as Councillor Sandboe is, with the current structure, that that's not incentivized or even accounted for. Kind of what I heard through between the lines was we are allocated 8 to 12% of time and we haven't used it. and then they sold that time, and then we were given other advertising. Like, I'm just wondering what's in our contract actually? What are we actually being given? And is that set in stone, or can we modify that?
Yes, thank you. To that, I am wondering, because I have very similar questions about the contract utilization, those sorts of things. I am wondering if, with regards to this presentation at the moment, we've seen some sites that are being considered where administration has informed us that they're going to be doing some public consultation. I wonder if it would be appropriate to have this come back to either a council meeting. I think it works on either council or GAP, and during an in-camera portion, due to it being a third-party interest, for council to be shown the contract so that we can ask questions about the contract, because it would fall under interest to a third party, because, right, we don't make other contracts public, those sorts of things. So it's not that anything's being hidden or anything like that. This would be similar to another contract. And so I'm wondering if the motion coming out of this should be that the Governance and Priorities Committee is directing administration to bring back the contract to an in-camera conversation under Section 16, disclosure harmful to business interests, to a third party. So there'd be two motions, the one I just said, and then accepting for information. Mr. Edney?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, through council. I like your approach better than us going out and doing any further work on signs. What I'm hearing is council would potentially like to explore a different type of advertising model that focuses more towards our local businesses versus a third party that we don't really have control over. To answer Councillor Grant's question, they went ahead and rented our space because we weren't using it. That was a City of Chestermere fault, not a Pattison fault. So now we are using it now that we became aware of it, right? Yeah.
Right, but I think you're bang on. I think council is expressing a desire to explore advertising options, but I don't feel at this time, without seeing that contract and what we may be beholden to within that contract, that we can have that wholesome discussion without that additional information. So I would suggest that we make those following two motions that were just suggested, and then move forward from there.
And if I may suggest, perhaps bring that first one to the next GAP meeting on March.
To the March 4th?
4th or whatever it is.
Okay. Councillor Grant?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to also suggest that there might be an additional site close by to these sites that already has infrastructure installed. That might be a good, a proper spot in the future. And I'm being vague for a reason.
I fully agree with you.
But I think there might be another option that we should explore that may be a little bit longer term, but it's probably a more viable spot.
I agree with that location. Yeah. Okay. So then, can I have the suggested motion on the screen, please? Great. Thank you. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Schindler.
Okay. I move that the Governance and Priorities Committee direct administration to bring back the contract, FOIP Section 16, disclosure harmful to business interests of a third party, to the March 4th, 2025 Governance and Priorities Committee meeting.
Great, thank you. Comment,
Which
Mr.
contract? Can we put that contract in place?
Bring back the Pattison contract to the March 4th. Take out the FOIP Section 16 stuff.
Yeah, we don't need that, yeah.
But it needs to define which contract.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm going to restate that.
Can you restate the motion, please?
Yeah. I move that the Governance and Priorities Committee direct administration to bring back the Pattison contract to the March 4th, 2025 Governance and Priorities Committee meeting.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. Great, thank you. And can I have the second motion on the screen, please? Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Grant.
I move the Governance and Priorities Committee accept the options presented by administration for the second location of the Pattison digital freestanding sign for information.
Question, is it the options or it's just the report? We're just accepting the report, not the options. Yeah. It's a report for, yeah, the report has options, so we're accepting the report, not the options. Correct? Yeah. Can I, Councillor Grant, can you restate the motion, please?
With pleasure. I motion the Governance and Priority Committee accept the report presented by administration for the second location of the Pattison digital freestanding sign for information.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. Great, thank you. With that, call for a lunch break and we will come back at 1 o'clock. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to our meeting. As we move to our next item, we're going to be moving item 8.2 ahead of item 6.4. So can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Deputy Mayor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the Governments and Priority Committee move agenda item 8.2 to before agenda item 6.4.
Oh, sure, we can do that if you like. Sure. Okay. Great. Thank you. Deputy Mayor, can you restate the motion, please?
I can. I move that the Governments and Priority Committee move agenda item 8.2 and 8.3 to before agenda item 6.4.
Great. Thank you. Comments, questions? Call for the vote. Great. Thank you. And can I have a councillor make the motion to move into closed session, please? Councillor Sandboe.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the Governance and Priorities Committee move into closed session at 1:04 p.m. to discuss the following. Transit Pilot Proposal FOIP Section 16, Disclosure Harmful to Business Interests of a Third Party, and Clearwater FOIP Section 16, Disclosure Harmful to Business Interests of a Third Party.
Great. Thank you. Call for the vote. That's carried. Thank you. One, could I have a counselor make a motion to come out of in camera, please? Deputy Mayor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the Governments and Priority Committee come out of closed session at 2:13 p.m.
Great, thank you. Call for the vote. And that's carried. Thank you. With that, we will take a quick break and come back at 2:20. Thank you. Thank you. Coming out of our break, we are now moving on to item 6.4, which is the report for information on the ATCO gas bylaw update. Sorry.
To Mayor and Council, I need you to accept for information the last two items that were in
Right.
closed session.
Thank
please.
you. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Deputy Mayor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the government send priority accept the discussion on transit pilot proposal for information.
Great, thank you. Comments, questions? Call for the vote. And so then we should have one more motion then, correct? Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Schindler.
I move that the governance and priorities accept the discussion on Clearwater for information.
Comments, questions? Call for the vote. Great, thank you. Now we'll move to the report for information, ATCO gas bylaw update presented by Katie Hayes, our paralegal. Good afternoon.
All right. Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Hi, Katie.
I am also, like Miss Armitage earlier, I am also not Miss Hayes. But I've offered to kind of take on this report on Katie's behalf. I appreciate her putting all the information together. Unfortunately, I wasn't here for this discussion around the bylaw, but I gather there were a number of questions and issues that sort of came up that we weren't able to answer on the spot at the time. So I'm going to do my best to kind of walk through the report that's here and maybe provide a little bit of more information based on what I think some of the questions may have been and trying to get at here. So just looking back at the motion that was made, the motion was to come back and understand costs associated with revenue from ATCO, so I'll touch on that. The clarity on the 1 year time frame, the review of franchise fees triggering the bylaw changes, franchise fees comparable and comparable to other communities for fees and linear taxes. So I'm not sure we necessarily completely addressed it in the report here, but my understanding, if I get it right, is the cost associated with revenue from ATCO is essentially what is the 17% franchise fee calculated off of. Is that correct? So if you go on your utility bill that all of us get, it's usually nicely broken down into how it works. So if you read in the ATCO franchise agreement, it's 17% based off of their delivery charges. So it's not based on the cost of the actual natural gas. It's not based on the carbon tax. What it's based on, I go through EPCOR. It's just what I had when I lived up by Edmonton. If you look at your bill, and I apologize, I should have had something here, but if you look at the new charges line of your natural gas bill, you'll see delivery charge, transmission service charge rider, load balancing deferral account rider, and rate rider charge. Those four line items, when you add them up, you take 17% of that and you will get a franchise fee for Chestermere. So my last bill, unfortunately, I guess, I had service at two locations, being the rental I was in as I moved into my house at the time. I paid roughly $36 in those charges on 8 gigawatts of gas or gigajoules of gas. So kind of a reasonable amount I think most people would use. I paid roughly $35 on those charges, and it was $6.02 of a franchise fee for that month paid to the municipality. When you look at your bill, there's also the property tax component that gets put through. So I think we discussed that before. That's, again, the linear property assessment on all of ATCO's lines and transmission components to bring the gas to our houses. That was 53 cents. So you could pretty quickly do the math that I would think that's probably an average bill. Both of the two bills I had, one at my home and one at the smaller home I was renting, were both in about that $6.50 a month charge for the franchise fee. So if we were to maximize that franchise fee out at 35%, that number would now be about $12 or $13. If we were to completely eliminate it, every resident would save about $6.50. I think that was one of the lines of questioning is what is the impact to the affordability of things for our residents. So these charges aren't charged off. If the price of natural gas goes to $25 a gigajoule, these charges are just based on the number of molecules, not necessarily the price, if that makes sense. So it's a per gigajoule charge that these riders come through on from that perspective. Does that help that first question?
Councillor Wawrzynowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Thank you, Mr. Edney. I was the one to raise that question. What I was more interested in, maybe I should have defined it, is if we're going to be renegotiating or signing a new agreement with ATCO, I understand the franchise model. I understand that how commodity pricing works with gas. What's protecting the city of Chestermere's residents in regards to the delivery charges that if we're signing an agreement for 10 years, affordability is a challenge for all of our residents. We know franchise fees do play a role in that. We know there's an uncertainty in the price of gas, but we also know that ATCO charges us for the delivery of that gas and providing that service. And them being one of the only, if only, delivery services for gas, how do we protect our residents from being overcharged in their revenue model?
So through the chair to Councillor Wawrzynowski, we don't. That's the Alberta Utilities Commission. So you're correct. ATCO Gas South is the only provider of distribution of natural gas in Southern Alberta. And the way it's set up is intentional that way. You couldn't have competing people for pipes in the ground. It just wouldn't make any sense. So that's where those riders, similar to your electric bill and all the riders that come off there, those are approved monthly through the AUC, and they're a cost recovery type basis, because even though the price of gas isn't regulated and you can enter into a long-term fixed cost option if you want to, or pick a floating market, those aspects of their revenue model are regulated by the province, and under a utility model that is of a cost recovery basis, plus usually it's about 7 or 8% of profit for the utility to make. So the short answer is there's nothing as a municipality we can do to change any of those four riders that I talked about. When we talk about negotiation with ATCO, it's entirely up to us to decide what that franchise fee is. We can pick anything between 0 and 35. 17 is what we've had in our last agreement. I think that we have a table in this report just showing where we sit relative to everybody else. We can go into that next, but did that kind of answer your question on those rider charges? That's out of our hands. That's even out of ATCO's hands.
Yeah, it does answer my question. Thank you. I'm curious. I'm sure the AUC does work with a number of different municipalities and lobby groups to make sure that they protect pricing, and it's probably a cat and mouse thing between both ATCO and their clients. But yes, that answers my question. If there's anything that we can do to assist them in doing that, let's do it. But otherwise, that explains the question. I mean, that answers the question. Thank you.
Thank you. So again, through the chair to the rest of council, the second item, and I think there's just a table in here of how those different charges change based on how much gas you actually use. So that's all in the report there, just for information on the riders. There was a question around a 1 year timeline. I think Katie's answered it in here. I wonder if it's the same question. This was the answer in here, of course, is there's no specific annual meeting that we have with ATCO. They kind of just do their thing. If there's a project that they have, they bring it forth, it goes through CGI. We do all the same permitting and that kind of thing. What there is in the franchise agreement is the ability for the city, every year we can change what that franchise fee is. So we're not locked in for 10 years at 17%. We could be 17% this year. We can come back next year and change it to 22. We can come in the year after, change it to 5, but we can only do that once a year. I don't know if that's where the question was going, on what the 1 year timeline was. Did anybody have any insight into?
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship. The 1 year timeline was, there was something in the presentation that said ATCO needed 1 year notice for any road projects that might affect their infrastructure, which is challenging for us because we do our budget in December, January, and then several months later, not a full year later, we'll begin projects. So that's what the 1 year timeline was about.
Okay, so that might be just something to clarify with them, that I'm sure they'll work with us to expedite it, but I can look into that answer more. But that's going to be something that's standard for every project everywhere through every municipality. So I can't see that. Yeah, I know your concern. I have the same one listening to that. So, so I think we touched on the next question was. Oh, go ahead, Katie. Yep, absolutely, please.
Hi there. So I had touched base on that question specifically with the city's capital projects team lead, and he confirmed for me that essentially the city is typically aware of capital projects that might affect ATCO infrastructure well in advance of the budget being approved, and that he's often in contact with them, giving them a heads up of at least a year ahead of time, so that even before the budget's approved and those projects are going ahead, ATCO's already made aware of them, and that we do typically meet that 1 year threshold. Does that help?
Perfect.
Perfect, thank you.
So yes, so then thank you, Katie, for that answer. And then again, through the chair to council, there was a question about whether changing the franchise fee required a bylaw change. It doesn't change the bylaw. We wouldn't need to trigger that, is my understanding. We could just go ahead and have a council motion to change that franchise fee once a year as allowed for in our ATCO agreement. And then I think probably the last thing on the lines of questioning were the franchise fees and comparables to other municipalities. So if you look on page 26 of the agenda, 5 of this report, we've got a table just outlining with our comparator municipalities where we sit for franchise fees. Other than Fort Saskatchewan, who, lucky for them, they have a lot of different sources of revenue, don't need to charge a franchise fee. We are the lowest, other than them, of all of our comparators. We're also quite low on not quite. We're the lowest on the property taxes. 0.1 or 0.2 isn't that material on it. So we are low on both sides. I think it was talked about at the meeting. I know Sandy was able to talk to. Historically, these franchise fees have been used to pay back some loan agreements on the RCMP building. At this point, these franchise fees go into our operating budget. That's something we could look at in the future we talked about this at budget time, putting the franchise fees into some sort of restricted surplus account. We don't have that luxury right now in our operating budget to do that. But again, if we were to double, I think it's about 2.3 million we collect from franchise and municipal taxes. If we were to go with Okotoks, Spruce Grove, Strathmore at 35%, we could get another couple $1 million in franchise fees. But again, it's just coming from our residents in a different form of payment. But again, those fees are somewhere in that $6 or $7 a month on your utility bill.
Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Edney, for providing this chart. It was enlightening for sure. Maybe a grain of context in this would be that these municipalities with higher franchise fees arguably have more aging infrastructure to repair. And so maybe they are claiming a larger amount for that reason, whereas Chestermere may be a younger city in that respect. But but on the whole, I'm glad to see that we are leading. Maybe not leading, maybe we're lagging, but we are being a leader in keeping costs low for our residents, and I like to see that. And again, as you know, my only other comment would be I would really like to see us start collecting this and making sure that we have it available for future infrastructure needs as they come up.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Edney, anything else?
I think that covers everything that was in the report. I understand you did do second reading last time, so the hope would be to bring back third reading to next week if this has answered all of council's questions. But if there are more, could look for some direction to address those at next week's meeting.
Well, I think also that can also happen at third reading if there was any material changes, right? Because the bylaw will be added to that agenda again. So, council, is there any other comments or questions coming out of this before accepting this for information, and then with the anticipation that this will be coming for third reading either on the 11th or the 25th? Okay. Can I have the motion then, please, to accept for information? Can I have a councillor make Councillor Grant?
I move the Governance and Priorities Committee accept the updated information regarding the ATCO Gas franchise agreement renewal for information.
Comments, questions? Call for the vote. Great, thank you. And thank you to administration for getting that information back to council so quickly. That was great. Thank you. Very much appreciate that. Thank you. Our next one is a school sites update. And Mr. Edney, I think I overheard, just as somebody was leaving, that you are also taking this one on now. You are just taking on multiple personnel, I think, today. Is that what we're doing here? Or? All right. That's what you get for going on vacation. Kate is coming down? Okay. Oh, I see her coming. Okay, so school sites update. Good afternoon.
Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Catherine Doherty. I'm the Manager of Infrastructure and Planning here at the City of Chestermere. I'm going to be providing the school sites update at today's Governance and Priorities Committee meeting. So our major update today is I'm going to outline some key milestones we've hit since our last meeting. On January 31st, the survey plan for the high school site, recreation lands, and the remainder portion of Merganser Drive West was registered at land titles. So that means that title was able to be raised for those parcels. That survey plan was circulated to Rocky View School Board on January 31st as well. On February 3rd, we received the titles for the MSR, the MR, and the road. Or I guess the road doesn't have a title, I apologize on that. And we also circulated that title for the MSR to Rocky View School Board. In addition to that, yesterday, February 3rd, we sent a letter of commitment by the city that was signed by our CIO, Ken Edney, that details our commitment for level 1 site readiness for Rocky View School Board. The school board is able to use that letter in conjunction with their own bid to get provincial funding for that project. So we've hit a number of very key milestones, and it remains a top priority for our team.
Great. Thank you. It's huge news. It's awesome. Councillor Wawrzynowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean, and through yourself, administration team, Ms. Doherty, maybe to you, Kent, the document that you signed, what commitment was there in regards to completion of that road? Because I know that this is a great effort that we can commit to, and certainly helps us in regards to getting the high school approved and potentially tying in with rec. But when do we expect the road to get started and finished?
Through the chair to Councillor Wawrzynowski, I can answer the finished part because it was in my letter. End of July is what we put in our letter. When that will start, I know we're in active conversations to be working on that road, as soon as weather permits us at this point. So Kate might be able to answer that a little bit more detail than I just did.
I think Mr. Edney did a wonderful job. Our level 1 site readiness requirements include the construction of the road. So that is absolutely required for us to get the next level of funding for the high school site. The letter commits us to finishing that road by July 31st, 2025, in addition to the site servicing for sanitary. So we have committed as a city to have that completed by the end of July.
Councillor Wawrzynowski.
Just as a follow-up, thank you, again, through our chair. I haven't really seen much feedback from the provincial government in regards to the additional funding for schools. Is that, let's hope that it's still available. I know that, but there is always a fixed pot of money. I would hope that we're still eligible to apply for accelerated funding to get the school built in consideration of getting this road and our application in.
So I can speak to that in that the provincial budget will be coming out here at the end of February, and there will be announcements attached to that with regards to schools. Great. Any other questions, comments from council with regards to school sites? Awesome. Thank you. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Schindler.
I move that the Governance and Priorities Committee accept the school sites update for information.
Great. Thank you. Comments, questions? Call for the vote. Great. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. Recreation, first of all, turning to administration, if there's an update. No? Okay, thank you. And I think we had a pretty extensive update on recreation today with our presentation that we heard, with some motions that have come out of that I think are going to help move some of that forward. But just turning to councillors on that committee, if there's any update at the moment, any further update at the moment.
Thank you, Mayor. As you mentioned, we don't have too much more information past what was presented today. We have been very busy looking at many aspects of recreation in Chestermere. We are having multiple meetings a month now to try and really identify what are the amenities we want to provide, what are the amenities we need to provide, and how those amenities will fit within the site potentially. So we're kind of getting down the road a decent amount here, and we are hopeful that we will be able to provide some solid recommendations to council shortly. I'm hoping, I don't want to give a date, but I'm hoping soon. See, I learned.
Great, thank you. Any other comments, questions with regards to recreation update? Councillor Wawrzynowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Through yourself, the chair, to our chairman of the Mayor's Task Force for Recreation. Maybe you can't answer this question because it may have to be brought to council, but has there been any more discussion within the committee, and do we expect the recommendations brought to council in regards to the collaboration with Rocky View Schools and potential other funding partners in regards to recreation and our schools?
Thank you, Councillor Wawrzynowski. So yes, there has been updates on that end. I'm not sure how much I'm able to share with that. Yeah. But those conversations are happening. We have had some information provided that is guiding us towards a certain direction. I'm not trying to be vague. I'm just trying to be careful on what I'm saying. But those concerns and those ideas were discussed and are being talked about and are being considered to their full extent.
Excellent.
Great, thank you. Any other questions, comments with regards to this? Thank you. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Deputy Mayor Randhawa. Deputy Mayor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the Governments and Priority Committee accept the recreation update for information.
Comments, questions?
Abstain.
Call for the vote. And that's carried. Thank you. Council, I'm going to suggest on this next one, so just looking at the timeline, we usually do our GAP meetings a month apart. This last one, just because coming out of the holiday break, we actually did our last one only 2 weeks ago. And I know that we've had some upcoming meetings and we have some meetings booked and things like that, but it literally has only been 2 weeks. Since our last GAP meeting, and there's been a number of items that have been covered. So I'm going to suggest that we hold off on our committee updates until the March 4th GAP meeting, just given the fact that we just did this 2 weeks ago. Is what I would suggest. Unless, however, I don't want to cut off any conversation. If a councillor has something that they wanted to update from their committee, certainly open up that opportunity. But I think it's also prudent to be transparent with our public that it's literally only been 2 weeks since our last governance and priorities meeting. But turning over to council really quick, is there anything that you would like to update council on from your committees? Councillor Schindler?
I could update the GAP committee here about Lake and Watershed committee that met for the first time since we were elected. There's lots of work to be done there. It seems that there's been a gap between the previous meetings, so we're kind of starting again. And we elected our chair and vice chair, and we're moving right forward. So our next meeting in March will have us go through a holistic approach to what was done previously and see if we can pick up where that committee left off.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, that's it.
Councillor Wawrzynowski?
Yes, thank you, Councillor Schindler and Mayor Dean. One of the things that was brought up through our chair to you, Mr. Edney, as you prepare to adjourn, is we will need a little bit of support from administration on the Lake and Watershed Committee, just to get some historical information from our partners that use our reservoir lake, the WID, some of the things that affect the lake, lakefront owners, people who use the lake recreationally. So you can expect something from Josh, if you haven't already. Okay, and I believe we have a bit of time. We're not meeting until mid-March.
Great, thank you. Council, anybody else for anything from your committees? Great, thank you. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that the Governance Priority Committee accept the committee updates for information.
Great, thank you. Comments, questions? Call for the vote. Great, thank you. And with that, I believe we have exhausted the agenda. So can I have a councillor make a motion to adjourn the meeting, please? Councillor Grant?
With pleasure, Mr. Mayor. I move the Governance Priority Committee adjourn the meeting at 2:46 p.m.
Great, thank you. Call for the vote.
Just adjourn. Didn't matter. You just say done.
Great, that's carried. Thanks, everybody.
I'm gonna check the procedural bylaw. It is. I think you're allowed to.
We won't vote in favor. Should get Rob over if you want to.